How about new? Become obsessed with the idea of. The diesel engine, a mighty powerhouse for big machines on land and, crucially, at sea. Today, the world's biggest ships are powered by mammoth diesels with pistons the size of small trees that can weigh in excess of a half-ton alone. But diesels had once been a kind of underdog because they were up against the then undisputed king of ship engine technology, the steam engine. For the better part of a century, the steam engine had powered the world's largest and fastest ships. By the 1920s and 30s, it had essentially been perfected. But then along came a brilliant inventor and a handful of innovative designers keen to change the game. The result was the rise of an engine that still works to drive the biggest machines ever built by humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm your friend Mike Brady from Ocean Liner Designs. This is the story of how the diesel engine became the engine for ships at sea. Of course, as far as diesel engines are concerned, there was once a before time. The rise of the steam engine had been a revolutionary, explosive force. By the 18th century, steam engines had the ability to properly harness the expansive force created by steam, and already there were some very early theories that steam power could be used on ships. It wouldn't be long before those theories would formalize into concrete plans. In 1763, the English inventor Jonathan Hulls was granted the very first steamship patent. In his plan, he'd use a steam-powered engine to drive the paddle wheel on the back of a tugboat and use it to navigate in and out of the harbour. But unfortunately for Hulls, it appears the idea didn't really get off of paper and into a practical application or trial. But importantly, the idea was now out there, and it wasn't long before others would try the same thing. By the early 1800s, Hull's vision had become a reality, and steam-powered engines were gutsy enough to drive tugs that could haul sailing ships in and out of port. Now, this was a huge advancement for marine technology. It vastly cut down the amount of time ships had to spend sitting in their moorings waiting for the weather that would get them out to sea. Eventually, big ships got their own steam engines too. It cannot be understated just how important steam was to the advancement in shipping for passenger and cargo service alike. There was no going back. See, before steam, ships had to rely on the weather, or the manual rowing of oars, to get around. That was made for very unpredictable voyage times. A ship was only as fast as the wind could take it, and the wind is extremely erratic as a source of propulsion. You just can't control when it comes and goes. Ships powered by steam no longer had to wait on the weather, so scheduling voyages became much easier and more predictable. Ships, for really the first time ever, could reliably operate year-round on a reliable schedule. Steamships were also just more powerful. They were better equipped to handle rough weather when they were out at sea. Voyages were much faster, and big ships could complete their journeys in a matter of weeks, and then days, after previously being subjected to life at sea for months on end. That, and of course, steam engines allowed ships to better navigate bodies of water where the wind was much less prevalent than the ocean, like on rivers. So steam-powered ships dominated the sea. Some of the most famous ships of all time were powered by steam. The Lusitania and the Titanic. It reached its heyday with the development of the Parsons turbine, a brilliant bit of technology that's actually still in use today. It was capable of outputting enormous amounts of power that drove the world's fastest ships like the Queen Mary and the SS United States. But just as it appeared that steamships were hitting their stride and being perfected, along came the diesel engine. All of its many advantages, and shipping would once again undergo a huge transformation. Steamships were getting faster, seemingly with every launch. Ocean liners were frequently surpassing each other to earn the blue ribbon across the Atlantic. There was no apparent need for new technology on the surface. People were getting to where they needed to be on ships faster than ever, but innovation doesn't happen by just sitting around. Rudolf Diesel was a French-born Bavarian engineer who had become obsessed with the idea of creating a combustion engine that capitalized on achieving what was known as an ideal thermodynamic cycle. It was all a drive to get the most fuel efficiency out of an engine. In 1893, Diesel published a paper called, prophetically, Theory and Construction of a Rational Heat Motor with the purpose of replacing the steam engine and the internal combustion engines known today. Catchy. Diesel was dreaming of an engine that transformed heat energy with insanely high thermal efficiency. It sounds complicated, but the truth is that this early attempt at theoretical writing was flawed and received some bad feedback from engineers at the time. So Diesel went back to the drawing board, not deterred, and instead he filed a patent for a kind of motor that did away with spark plugs. See, petrol engines need spark plugs. They create the artificial source or spark that ignites the oxygen and fuel mixture, creating the internal combustion that the engine needs to drive its pistons. But Diesel's engine instead used a system that would take a small portion of fuel and compress it so much that it creates heat high enough to ignite the mixture and repeat the process. The end result was a motor that created huge power at relatively low engine revolutions. It was extremely efficient when compared with petrol engines of the time, and especially steam engines. For example, the gasoline used in petrol engines burnt up very quickly, but the diesel fuel used in this new kind of motor burned
Bro, I need to
slower.
get to 61.
Just
Someone
gave
bought
more
me a
punch.
shit ton of gear in it.
By
I really want
1897, Diesel had built his first proper motor, a 4-stroke, 25 horsepower machine that was much cheaper to run than a steam engine or a petrol engine of the same size. Very quickly, Diesel became a very wealthy man, and his name was synonymous with his new engine. In 1906, the shipbuilding firm William Doxford and Sons began planning to introduce diesel internal combustion engines on their ships. With such a jump at the idea, it's no surprise that Doxford became one of the leading shipyards at building and designing what was then called a motor ship. Their plans were paused by the outbreak of World War I, but at the conclusion of the war, their work resumed on a diesel-type 4-cylinder engine. They were very pleased with the results of tests and trials and determined that the power plant was suitable for ocean-going vessels. There were a few huge benefits, but the key ones were that, first, a diesel engine burned liquid fuel. Traditionally, steamships had needed big coal bunkers and hundreds of men to operate all the boilers. Diesel ships did away with it. You just need a handful of engineers by comparison. But the other main point, one of the things that made diesel engines so attractive as an alternative propulsion system, was that insane torque, a huge amount of power generated at low revolutions. Coupled with the fact that diesel engines, despite their impressive size, were significantly smaller than steam engine installations from the time, the designers had a machine that was ideally suited for use in their ships. But it would take some teething to get right. Another early adopter of the marine diesel engine was Burmeister and Wain, a Danish firm which had negotiated exclusive Danish manufacturing rights with diesel all the way back in 1898. Then, in 1912, the world's first large diesel-powered ship went to sea, the MS Selandia, powered by Burmeister and Wain engines.
Jesus.
So enthusiastic were
the respawn fucked me.
This new technology that the typically tall funnel, so linked with ships of the time, was done away with entirely. It was a novelty that drew attention everywhere the ship went. In 1921, Doxford completed work on their first diesel-powered ship too, the Swedish merchant vessel Ingeren. The Doxford diesel was an immense success, and it was used on many future ships. Naturally, the Doxford diesel-powered ship too, the Swedish merchant vessel Ingeren.
Bro, we sank that yesterday in U-boat. The Ingren. We sank the Ingren yesterday on our first patrol. The fuck? It was sailing under a Norwegian flag, but it was heading to Edinburgh, which gave me the justification to sink it.
The Doxford diesel was an immense success, and it was used on many future ships. Actually, the design was perfected over time, but it created a new breed of vessel.
Obviously not the same ship, but still,
and suddenly,
it's kind of random.
After the First World War, they began to pop up all over the place. But it didn't always go smoothly. In 1926, Harland and Wolff had just completed the new motor vessel Asturias, an elegant luxury liner for the Royal Mail Line. They'd put their own 4-stroke diesel engines in, but they underperformed alarmingly, and the ship was only capable of a paltry 16.5 knots at a time when others, competitors on the same service, were managing 20 and more. Eventually, the ship and her sister were re-engined with steam turbines that did give them better speeds, but it would be a very rare instance indeed of a ship being re-engined for steam and not the other way around. So why the rush to develop diesel engines for ships so quickly? Well, the diesel engine, even in its early unrefined stage, gave massive efficiency bonuses. In fact, ship owners reported that the new engine was around 40% more efficient on fuel than steam. MS Vulcanus, the first diesel-powered ship from 1910, burned around 2 tons of oil, where competing steamships needed to burn 11 tons of coal. But there were other economic advantages as well. Famously, steam engines are very slow to fire up. A boiler could take an hour or more to produce steam from a cold start, even if another boiler on the ship was available. It would take even longer if the entire power plant was shut down. Operators of steamships knew this fact, so often they would leave more boilers running than were actually needed to avoid needing a full restart when it was time to get moving again. The boilers would be sitting idle, but burning through coal. Diesel engines, on the other hand, could be powered on and reach full capacity almost immediately.
Dude, I'm so happy I reached
They
the
could
end of
then be shut
mining
down
my
just
gold.
as
That was
quickly.
a fucking
Plus, the
2
storage
days
space
of
for
grinding.
fuel on a diesel ship is far less than that of steamships that needed coal. More spaces on board could be devoted to cargo and passengers, and less on fuel. Diesel ships ran cleaner as well. They're more environmentally friendly than coal-burning ships, not like that really mattered back in the 1910s and 1920s, but they were also generally cleaner for those on board. Coal burning left behind smoke, ash and soot that could often rain from the sky, so shipbuilders had to build tall funnels to direct those emissions into the air well above the passengers' heads. If the funnels weren't tall enough, passengers could get covered in soot. Now, this is not as much of a concern for diesel ships, though designers still made it a good practice to make sure the funnels were tall enough to vent those noxious diesel fumes well over their passengers. Now, diesels proved a worthy upgrade for warships as well. In the Second World War, some of Germany's most impressive warships were powered by diesel engines, but the impact was especially felt in submarines. Submarines were never really a good fit for steam engines, to put it lightly, as we've explored with the disastrous British K-class submarines. Steam engines need a lot of holes cut in to allow for venting all that smoke and fumes, and holes in submarines generally aren't really a good idea. Now, as far as diesels are concerned, there were
Oh,
some
bollocks, I just realized.
Diesel engines were less powerful per unit weight than steam engines at the time, and early on they were not always really the most reliable. But still, development and testing ploughed on ahead. 1924 saw the launch of the first large diesel passenger ship, the ARRRRRRrr, built by the Fairfield shipbuilding and engineering firm of Glasgow for the Union Steamship Company out of New Zealand. She was a shiny example of what diesel ships could be for passenger travel, even though she was actually not originally designed to be a motor ship. She was about 580 feet, 476 metres long, displaced around 7,500 gross registered tons. She was equipped with 4 6-cylinder diesel engines, which gave her a service speed averaging a little over 16 knots. The maiden voyage was in January of 1925, sailing to Vancouver from Southampton via the Panama Canal. Now, along the route, it was recorded that ARRRRRRrr was gaining around 12 hours on the schedule set by her steam-powered fleetmates. ARRRRRRrr would go on to have a successful career of nearly 30 years, serving passengers all around the world, as well as being a troop ship in the Second World War. But a fun little quirk of the ARRRRR's design is that even though she didn't really need them, their designers gave her 2 very tall funnels, probably because they thought passengers were just used to seeing tall funnels on ships. But as the 1920s and 30s wore on, motor ships' funnels shrank in size to effectively show off that cool new technology. Now,
I really gotta get
was
this
still
rotation going
useful.
because my god, it
was almost
sucks.
impossible
I suck. I
for
mean,
diesels,
I suck at it.
even though they are very
The rotation is
efficient
pretty
and
good.
powerful,
Yeah.
to compete with the raw power.
I keep
of
forgetting
Alliance
life taps in the middle of it
superheated
and stuff.
steam turbine system.
But I'm still in
The
communal
United
gear.
States turbines, for example,
Like I said, I need to level up.
developed an eye-watering
I got 'em waiting.
247,000 shaft horsepower. But for ships that didn't need to break the speed record, diesel engines became the done thing. The fuel savings and all the other benefits were just too good to pass up. Eventually, most new ships were being designed and built with internal combustion engines in mind, and the symbolic passing of the torch from steam to diesel happened in 1987, when one of the most famous ocean liners of all time actually switched her engines over. Queen Elizabeth II, or the QE2 as she was affectionately known, is one of the most famous ships of all time. And until the arrival of the Queen Mary II, she was the only ocean liner still actually in service.
Oh no, not fear.
Construction was completed in 1968, and her maiden voyage came the following year.
Oh, he's gonna run out
She
of
was
that
originally built with traditional steam turbines,
range.
but almost 2 decades into her
Don't get-
career,
oh,
her
fuck.
owners, Cunard Line, wanted to explore the idea of a power upgrade. Cunard wanted the ship to sail with
A
improved
victim of my
fuel
own success there.
economy, reduce maintenance costs,
Shit.
and really extend her service life.
You ran too far.
The company reached out to engine builders around the world to hear pitches on what could be done for the liner. They were open, basically, to considering all options, including just leaving the existing propulsion system in place with some modifications. Ultimately, Cunard went with a diesel conversion. Of all the proposals, that retrofit would require the greatest initial cost and a huge amount of work. But projections showed it would result in the greatest operating cost savings between the new diesel engines and the other optimizations to the ship while she was in dry dock. With the plan in place, QE2 underwent her steam to diesel conversion from 1986 to 1987 at Lloyd Werft shipyard in Bremerhaven, Germany. This $162 million refit would be one of the biggest conversion jobs amongst merchant ships at the time. Her tall, thin funnel and its casings had to be cut off, and the monumental steam plant broken up and winched out.
Bad timing.
Then in went the diesels, and like surgeons sewing up a patient's chest after surgery, a hefty new funnel was welded into place on top of it all. The conversion was ultimately a major investment in both time and money for Cunard, but they must have been ecstatic with the results. The new and improved QE2 was mechanically a nearly brand new ship. With a new maximum service speed of 33 knots, she was now the fastest and most powerful merchant ship in the world. But not only was she fast, she was incredibly efficient. Initial indications showed fuel savings around 30% annually. It meant that QE2 would be saving at least $6.5 million in fuel per year. With a new lease on life, the QE2 would sail for 21 more years, an incredibly impressive feat when you remember highly successful ships from the past like Olympic only served for 25 or so years in total. In the end, she'd become the longest serving Cunarder of all time, and it travelled further than any other ship had before, both feats thanks to her diesel refit. Now, interestingly, QE2's conversion isn't actually a one-off. Other ships over the years have received similar refits. The Indian Navy frigate INS Bias was built with steam turbines for their raw power output, and the ship was completed as late as the early 2000s. But now she's set to be upgraded from
Can't
steam
afford it.
turbines to diesel. The work was actually started in 2024, and it's scheduled to be completed next year in 2026.
Oh.
It's estimated that the conversion will extend the career of the INS Bias by up to 10 years, and once the work's completed, the same conversion will occur on the remaining 2 ships in the class. It seems that just as soon as a new technology arrives on the market, its replacement is almost always already waiting in the wings. History has shown this fact to be just as true with shipbuilding as it is with anything else. The 19th and the 20th centuries were a hotbed for rapid technological design and development. In just a few stunningly short decades, ships of the world went from sail to steam and then to diesel. As prominent as diesel engines are in ships today, they too, at some point, will probably be replaced by something else entirely.
Let's
The
go.
irony of it all is that the next logical leap forward in ship propulsion, nuclear power, is really just steam power with a never-ending source of heat. So maybe one day, if nuclear-powered ships really become a thing, then steam will win out over diesels at last. But the fact is now that ships of all shapes and sizes are powered by diesel engines. Now here's a curious footnote. The man who gave the engines his name, Rudolf Diesel, mysteriously disappeared off the back of an ocean liner in 1913. Some say it may be because of the fact he refused to sell manufacturing rights for diesel engines
Dude probably
to the
jumped.
German Navy, who were desperately trying to beef up their fleets at the time, and that he might have been got rid of by the powers.
Bro, is my chat
that be.
freaking out? What the?
Such was the sheer impact
nothing.
of his invention.
What's going on?
But tragically, that brilliant innovator would never get to see his invention reach anywhere near its full potential. Today, big ships' diesel engines are monstrous things. The Wärtsilä Sulzer RT-196C engine, for example, is a 14-cylinder, 44-foot, that's 13.5 meter tall, 2,300-ton behemoth. It outputs over 107,000 horsepower alone.
Don't die on me, buddy.
If only we could go back
so
in
did.
time and show Rudolf Diesel what his invention would eventually become. July 1910. The SS Montrose is steaming from Antwerp, bound for Quebec. Britain has been gripped by a gruesome murder. Popular singer and former actress Corinne Crippen had disappeared, but then her dismembered body was found in the basement of her home, and her husband had fled with his young mistress. It was gory stuff, and the mild-mannered doctor had his face plastered on newspapers across the country. Captain Henry Kendall of the Canadian Pacific Line had read those papers, and as he strolled the decks of his ship and beamed at his passengers, he spotted two characters that immediately raised his suspicions. Gazing at them from afar, Kendall saw straight through the pitiful attempts at disguise. He knew it was really Dr. Crippen and his lover fleeing Europe. But what could he do? SS Montrose was now well on her way to Canada, and Scotland Yard's detectives were hopelessly behind. But Montrose, the humble passenger cargo ship, had recently been fitted with a very special
I just
piece of
need
equipment that
30,000.
changed how ships communicate at sea.
20,000.
It would stop this murderer in his tracks, but it would go on to do much, much more. Guglielmo Marconi's device took the world by storm when it did away with wires and transmitted messages through the air itself. But arguably, the Marconi wireless system's greatest impact was on the ocean's waves, where it at last gave voice to ships which had relied for centuries on flags and rockets alone. It would save countless lives, and here's how it happened. The ocean is a cruel, harsh place. It's exactly the kind of place you don't want to find yourself.
How's that thing not dead yet? Come on.
The brutal truth is that for hundreds and thousands of years, as soon as a ship and its crew left port, they were completely cut off from the outside world with no way of communicating. If disaster struck, the ship ran into trouble, there was really no way to call for rescue. It was not uncommon for ships to depart and simply never be seen or heard from again. Ships did have some rudimentary means to communicate with each other, but only if they were in eyesight or earshot of one another. Ship's lookouts in the days of sail
100%
had been trained,
my ass.
often since childhood, to spot the telltale white smudge of canvas on the horizon and immediately identify what it was. Good lookouts possessed almost otherworldly abilities for determining what a distant ship might be, friend or foe, from extreme distances, simply from the general cut of the approaching vessel's sails or the way it lay in the water. Ships would exchange signals, military or company, to identify one another. Military signals during the Napoleonic Wars, for example, changed regularly to make it harder for enemies to impersonate one another. Combinations of flags or lanterns on different masts, along with gunshots at specific moments and in specific directions, could mark an approaching ship out as a friend. Signal flags are the most well-known form of non-verbal ship-to-ship communication. Each letter in the alphabet, along with the numbers 0 to 9, has its own colourful flag, combinations of which can spell out specific words, messages, or orders. Famously, at the Battle of Trafalgar, Lord Nelson signalled his fleet, "England expects that every man will do his duty." Except not every word was spelled out letter by letter. In a kind of Navy shorthand, the code devised by Lord Home Popham, each word had its own combination of signals to make it easier to message. All except, strangely maybe, for duty, which Popham had not assigned a combination, in which signalmen did have to spell out
It says I'm getting thin and help. What?
Flags could tell a lot about a ship. Obviously, there was the national ensign, which showed ostensibly where the
Why is that
vessel was
over
from.
here?
But flying the home colours upside down was an internationally recognised distress signal. At night, when flags couldn't be seen, ships could use lanterns or rockets to communicate distress or summon a harbour pilot. Even into the days of steam, merchant ships used company signals to identify each other. The White Star Line, for example, would have its ships display one green light and fire a rocket with two large green starbursts, and then display a second green light when positioned off the coast of Ireland and awaiting the mail, in an intricate display that couldn't be mistaken for any other companies. Visual clues weren't limited to the ships themselves either. Shore-based telegraphs could position flags or markers in such a way as to spell out messages to each other or to ships at sea from long distances in a system known as semaphore.
Shit.
Channel markers and buoys were used to alert crews that they were close to land or shallow water. There were lighthouses. They could also make use of signals like bells, horns, or even cannons fired at regular intervals during foggy conditions. Ships maintained their own kinds of internal communication systems as well. Speaking trumpets were often used for inter-ship messaging. A speaking trumpet is essentially a megaphone and would amplify the voice of the user so it could be heard by the entire crew, but they could also be used to send messages to other ships provided they sailed close enough to one another. Now, while these more primitive means of communication obviously had their value, the simple fact of the matter is that they were too limited in use. If a ship was too far from another ship or the shore, none of these methods could be used at all.
I swear, dude, with all of these,
fog, it was simply impossible to communicate.
With all these ship documentaries, I really want to play Caribbean Limited, but I want to get 61. We have to get to 61. I've been on this for hours.
Ships had been isolated at sea, but so too had entire continents. Nations communicated via convoluted mail lines, relying entirely on dispatch riders and packet sailing ships alone. Urgent dispatches could take weeks or months to arrive. Often merchant ships were captured by vessels from nations they had no idea they were at war with in the first place. This all changed with the introduction of the telegraph and the submarine cable. In the 1840s, the work of dozens of brilliant scientists who worked on electrical telegraph since the 18th century culminated in Samuel Morse's device. The next decade, cables were laid which spanned oceans, and at last the continents could be linked by wire and talk to each other almost instantaneously. This didn't help ships much, but it was an exciting promise of things to come. For a device like that to work on ships, you'd need to get rid of all the wires and cables. A wireless telegraph. For the time, it must have seemed like science fiction. The discovery of radio waves in 1887 changed the game, and the young Italian inventor turned his mind towards harnessing the power of this new discovery for a very practical purpose. Guglielmo Marconi was a young aristocrat who wasn't just content to sit around on his privileged haunches. He experimented in his father's grounds through the 1890s, just trying to send messages between a transmitter and a receiver, all without wires. In 1895, he was able to transmit messages up to 2 miles without any wired connection, and just a year later he filed his patent for wireless telegraphy.
Well, this is going fantastically well.
To the British Post Office just a month later, and the patent was accepted the following year. The era of wireless communication had arrived. To best appreciate the magnitude of this technological breakthrough, it's worth understanding, at least in brief, how it works. The first concept in wireless telegraphy that made it such a breakthrough is that the conducting medium was not a wire, of course, but simple air. Now this fact is why the technology would prove so crucial for ships. In wireless telegraphy's most basic form, a spark gap generator created a very large high voltage electrical spark. Now this spark caused rapid changes in electrical current, generating electromagnetic waves, or radio waves. Now these waves could travel through the air. To control the transmission, the operator used a Morse key to turn the spark generator
I hate that it runs
off,
out of range though.
sending short dots and long dashes and signals known as Morse code. Now the transmitter was connected to a tall antenna which radiated the radio waves into the surrounding air directly. The antenna was crucial because it allowed the energy from the spark gap to escape into the air as electromagnetic waves. The waves spread out in all directions, carrying the encoded message with them. At the receiving end, the similar antenna captured the radio waves from the air. The receiver contained a device called a coherer, an early type of radio detector. This clever device was a glass tube filled with metal filings that changed its electrical resistance when exposed to radio waves. When the radio waves hit the receiving antenna, the signal caused the coherer to conduct electricity, allowing the receiver to detect the transmitted signal. The electrical signals from the receiver activated a recording or signaling device. For example, the signal could control a Morse sounder, which made a clicking sound for dots and dashes, or alternatively, it could even drive a pen recorder, which marked paper tape with similar dots and dashes, allowing the operator to read the message. The simplicity of this arrangement was key to its success. The more powerful the electrical generator, the more powerful the spark, and the further the transmission.
I hate that you have to have an open spot. It's like either one or the other, man. Give me a break.
Of Morse code to no longer be exclusive to wired telegraphs or signal lamps, but it wasn't without its quirks. For one, because the radio waves being sent physically in all directions through Earth's atmosphere, they were subject to atmospheric conditions. It meant that at night time, messages could be broadcast much further because the sun's energy would not be able to create radio wave absorbing layers like it did during the day. Then there was the fact that the messages were being sent out in all directions into the ionosphere and were detectable by anybody with their own receiving antenna. There could be no privacy. But still, a practical wireless communication device had arrived, and it brought the world closer together than ever before. As Marconi continued to fine-tune his experiments, his business grew. In 1897, he opened the first wireless factory in Chelmsford, England, employing around 50 employees, and over the next 2 years, he successfully sent wireless transmissions across the water to nearby islands. In 1901, Marconi received the first transatlantic radio signal. A station in Newfoundland, headed by a receiving antenna carried several hundred feet into the air by a kite, received a signal from Marconi Station in Cornwall, a simple 3 short dots, the Morse code for S. 2 years later, at Wellfleet in Massachusetts, Marconi sent a message from President Theodore Roosevelt to the English King Edward VII. Now, the news of this development came as a shock to the broader scientific community. Most scientists at the time thought a radio transmission could only travel in a straight line, and that it would be unable to bend with the curvature of the Earth. The signal was sent with a frequency of roughly 500 kilohertz and a power boost more powerful than had ever been used on a radio signal before. But aside from doing away with cumbersome cables and wired connection, it might have been difficult for all but the most forward-thinking to truly appreciate just what this development could mean for society. It would need to prove itself to be more than just a novelty. While Marconi refined his invention, soon its worth was demonstrated by a series of increasingly dramatic events. In December 1898, the British Lightship Service authorised the establishment of wireless communication between the South Foreland Lighthouse at Dover and the East Goodwin Lightship, which were 12 miles or 19 kilometres apart. It was just months before this setup was put into action. On the 17th of March 1899, the East Goodwin Lightship sent the first wireless distress signal on behalf of a merchant vessel. Elba had run aground on the Goodwin Sands. The message was received by the radio operator of the South Foreland Lighthouse, and with the message taken, the operator was able to summon the nearby town of Ramsgate to dispatch their lifeboat to the rescue. In the autumn of 1899, Marconi sailed to the United States at the invitation of the New York
Oh my god, I hate that so
newspaper
much.
to cover the America's Cup International Yacht Race off the coast of Sandy Hook, New
Off
Jersey.
you go again.
Here,
Oh no.
the first wireless
There was one
demonstration
signal
in the
in.
United States occurred aboard a Puerto Rico Line steamship. Marconi left the United States from England in November 1899 aboard the American Line's SS St. Paul. It would prove to be a crucial voyage. Marconi and his assistant installed wireless equipment on the ship, and then a week later the world's first mid-Atlantic wireless message was sent. The St. Paul successfully sent a Morse-coded message to an English radio receiver some 66 miles off the British coast. The message read simply, "All well aboard, everything."
It's amazing I keep this thin.
Just like that, the world of maritime communication was changed forever. Ships could speak with their own voice.
All the eating
Some
and
ship
drinking I
owners
have to
jumped
do.
at the chance to have Marconi's equipment installed on their own vessels, but it was a slow rollout, and many ships still went to sea without a wireless radio installed.
It's
For
kind of
one,
annoying
Marconi
sometimes, I'm not gonna
only
lie.
leased the equipment to ship
But that's because I'm
lines,
playing the
sell it.
world like a little shitty.
Wireless
We're working on
operators
it.
would be employed by the Marconi company directly, not the shipping line as part of the contract. The cumbersome Marconi equipment was installed on ships by dedicated technicians who would physically mount the transmitting and receiving apparatus within a designated
idea.
radio room on the ship, often located near the bridge. The truth is that many skippers and shipping lines were slow to take to the new technology. They trusted the ways of old that had been proven over the centuries of practical experience.
Hello.
It meant that even when it was installed, Marconi systems were treated more as a novelty, sending inane passenger messages back to shore rather than communicating critical navigational information from ship to ship. A whole new generation of professional began to be trained, the curious creature known as the wireless man. These were often young, technically minded men straight out of school. They trained at the same schools, in the Marconi system, and they got to know each other very well. Over the airwaves, they'd cut in on each other's conversations with jokes, insults. They often spoke in their own kind of language. GTHQRL meant "go to hell, I'm busy." GMOM, "good morning, old man," was the standard greet. But as the machine's usage began to grow, so too did its power. Reception was reaching up to 2,100 miles, or 3,400 kilometres on the most powerful shore-based sets. And a transmission from the Marconi station in Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, became the first radio message to cross the Atlantic in one go from North America. Marconi began building high-powered stations on both sides of the Atlantic to communicate with ships at sea. A transoceanic system was established where shore stations could pass messages onto ships within range, and the same message could bounce around the Atlantic from ship to ship until it found its intended recipient. With stations popping up all the time on shore and the wireless Marconi system installed on ships at last, it was only a matter of time before Marconi and his invention would be thrust dramatically into the public spotlight. In 1909,
Bugger
Marconi Wireless finally proved that it was more than just a toy. The RMS Republic was White Star Line's flagship vessel for the Boston service, She was known as the millionaire
Oh my god,
ship
I'm getting looked
because of
now.
the
2
number
more.
of wealthy Americans who traveled on her. She was an early adopter.
Apparently I
of
got all of the
Marconi's
fails
system,
out of the way at the
and it was
start.
all for the better, because in January 1909, she began to sink fully loaded with passengers and crew. The Republic was sailing from New York City to Gibraltar and the Mediterranean ports when, off the coast of Nantucket, the ship found herself enveloped in a dense fog. Suddenly, out of the mist, appeared the Lloyd Italiano liner SS Florida. She struck the Republic hard amidships on her port side, and 2 passengers who were asleep in their cabins on the Republic were killed instantly. So were 3 crewmen aboard Florida. Immediately, the engine and boiler rooms on Republic began to flood, and she took on a bad list. While the crew organised the passengers on deck, the ship's wireless operator, Jack Binns, became the first in history to issue a CQD, distress signal. In the immediate aftermath of the collision, the Florida came to the rescue of Republic's passengers. But joining her was the US revenue cutter, Gresham, which had responded to the distress call. Survivors were distributed between the 2 rescue ships when fellow White Star liner Baltic arrived on scene because she too had responded to the CQD. Then came the steamers New York and Lucania. In the end, a handful of ships were able to arrive in time to rescue all of Republic's passengers who'd survived the collision. On January 24th, the day after, the Republic sank, and she was, at the time, the largest ship to ever sink. But over 1,700 people had been rescued, with the only deaths being due to the collision and not the sinking. Over 200 wireless messages were sent over the course of Republic's sinking, coordinating a massive rescue effort between multiple ships. Of course, such a rescue effort would not have been possible without the installation of the Marconi radio.
It's quite fun, actually.
It was
I'm not gonna
worldwide
lie.
news. The new machine had saved hundreds of lives and showed just what it was capable of. Ocean travel, it seemed, had suddenly got much safer. The Republic's loss was the first in a series of famous, high-profile ship sinkings.
There's no way we're gonna live on, but
century that really showed
getting
off
there.
the worth of the Marconi wireless. Soon there would come Titanic, the Empress of Ireland, and Lusitania. But in the years before all those tragedies, the Marconi wireless would have one more triumphant moment when it stopped the murderer in his tracks. And so we come back to Dr. Hawley Harvey Crippen. He was a mild-mannered homeopathic physician in New York City who married aspiring actress Cora Turner. She was described as intimidating, and she lived an extravagant lifestyle when compared to her meek and mild-mannered husband. They'd moved to London in 1897, where she performed as a music hall singer and took on affairs with other men. Crippen, meanwhile, sold patent medicines, where he was aided in his business by Ethel liiiil, his young secretary, and soon she became Crippen's mistress. Then, in January 1910, Cora disappeared. Initially, Crippen explained that Cora went off to the United States on a visit, but suspicion grew shortly thereafter when liiiil moved into Crippen's home and was seen wearing Cora's jewellery and furs. The doctor was visited by Inspector Walter Dew of Scotland Yard, and he told the inspector that Cora had actually left him to live with another man. Dew actually bought the story, and he left, but just hours later, Crippen had fled the country along with liiiil. A search of the house was ordered, and the findings were horrifying. Partial human remains were found in a hole in the basement.
Wonderful.
And forensic analysis identified the remains as those of Cora, thanks partly to the location of a distinctive scar. She had supposedly been poisoned and dismembered. In July, after months on the run, Crippen and liiiil boarded the SS Montrose as the ship steamed from Europe for Canada. Crippen's lover was dressed in bus clothes and pretending to be his son. If the pair had travelled in steerage, or incognito, they might have got away with it, but instead, they booked saloon class. The ship's captain, Kendall, had recognised the pair on his rounds and notified his superiors via the ship's Marconi telegraph system. He sent an outgoing message which read, "Have strong suspicions that Crippen London cellar murderer and accomplice are among saloon passengers. Accomplice dressed as a boy, voice, manner and build, undoubtedly a girl." Inspector Dew received the message and the chase.
What is this story?
With the sluggish Montrose slowly making her way for Quebec, Dew boarded the White Star Line's Laurentic, which was much faster. He overtook the fugitives, and there, in Canada, he laid in wait for the dramatic arrest. Or at least, it should have been dramatic. Instead, posing as the pilot, Dew stepped aboard, spotted Crippen, and walked up to him, simply saying, "Good morning, Dr. Crippen. Do you know me? I'm Chief Inspector Dew from Scotland Yard." Crippen was resigned. "Thank God," he said. "It's over." The suspense has been too great. I couldn't stand it any longer. Returned to London, Crippen was found guilty of his wife's murder and was sentenced to death by hanging, while liiiil was acquitted since she was just an accessory to the murder at most. If Crippen had made it to Canada and fled to the US, he would have got away with it, but thanks to Captain Kendall's sharp eye and the power of the Marconi wireless system, he was foiled instead and sent to the gallows. In the years since, Crippen's guilt has been debated endlessly, and efforts at conclusively identifying the remains that were found in the basement
Hooray! I love being a gnome.
But still, the story was an Edwardian scandal that became front-page news around the world, and Marconi's telegraph was front and center.
Unless the ground height shames me, which it does quite often.
Ships.
I gotta
it's just
admit.
really hard to believe that for the
Then I don't like
longest
being
time, any kind of meaningful long-range communication was just a thing of fantasy. The thought of sailing out to the open ocean for weeks or months at a time with no way to call for help sounds like a terrifying prospect, and yet that was just everyday life for all of our ancestors. That is, until
we're about to play that.
Put his mark
I can't wait. I want to do my Caribbean legend, man.
The case, the Marconi wireless system
God,
play a critical
all these
thousands of lives in disasters
really
like
make me want to
Titanic
play.
and the Empress of Ireland, all those during the First World War and beyond. Eventually, the Marconi wireless became requisite on most ships. No longer just a novelty, big liners were required to carry enough radio operators so that somebody would always be on duty. They became part of the ship's crew, and the transmitter was almost as important to the ship as its own keel. Guglielmo Marconi passed away at the age of 63 on July 20th, 1937, and as a tribute, transmitters around the world observed 2-minute silence in his honour. It was a fitting eulogy for the man
You get the first one.
who gave a voice to ships. The mighty RMS Aquitania, for her time one of the largest ships in the world. This monstrous liner weighed close to 50,000 tons and was nearly as long as 3 football fields. She was a floating town with room enough for 3,200 people. Now, for 1913, these kinds of numbers were very impressive, but none of it would have been possible without a much, much smaller kind of craft to help out. The tugboat, small in size but hugely powerful. For decades, these vessels have guided ships in and out of harbours around the globe, working around the clock to safely tend to much larger ships. In Aquitania's day, the tug was absolutely pivotal. But then the technology was simple and fairly crude. You might need 5 or 10 or
Off
more
you
tugs
go.
for a single ship. Today, things are much, much different. Tugboats can turn on a dime. They aren't just little boats with powerful engines anymore, they're insanely expensive pieces of cutting-edge technology capable of pulling off incredible maneuvers by themselves. From docking monumental bulk carriers many times bigger than Aquitania, to towing vessels dead in the water which are dozens of times their own size. Tugboats are hero vessels that keep the shipping world going. But there was once a time when tugboats were little more than a novelty, and the idea had actually struggled to catch on. It took a few visionary inventors decades to prove that the idea had legs, and tugs could change the game. And change
It resisted
the game
my
they truly did.
I didn't even know that was a thing.
Before the Industrial Revolution transformed ships forever, sails and oars were the only way people could go any significant distance. Mighty sailing ships ruled the waves, magnificent galleons and fat, heavily laden trade ships bound for the East Indies. There was just one problem. Ships were huge, and they had no easy way of coming in and out of port. It meant that larger vessels had to remain at anchor and rely on smaller craft like cutters or gigs to ferry passengers and cargo to shore. The docking process was a complex and awkward affair, and it often just came down to good old-fashioned elbow grease. See, ships couldn't just sail right up into the docks. With momentum behind them, even if the crew reefed the sails at exactly the right moment, the vessel was likely to smash straight into the pier at speed. Instead, the
It's the
headway
coke talking.
dropped far
Literally,
enough
right.
away from the docks that a safe approach could be made. But with sails furled, there was no easy way to sail into port. Instead, the crew needed to put their backs into towing their own ship. The boats would be got away, and then lines were rigged, and the men just needed to row. It was slow going and very hard work.
Let's go,
Think of the
baby.
opening scene of Les Miserables, where dozens of men are toiling away to tow and dry dock a ship. This was just everyday life for generations, and even then, it only worked for ships of around 200 tons. Anything bigger than that proved virtually impossible to manhandle into position. So they would sit at anchor, for days and days while small boats zipped back and forth to resupply them. Then there came a technological breakthrough that changed everything.
Let's go.
One day go on to save a lot of ships' crews,
I look
backbreaking labor.
like an
In the
idiot.
18th century, for the first time, boats began to be driven by steam engines. They were
Okay.
small and
All the communal
fairly
shit
awkward
isn't worth
things.
jack shit, so
Bigger
get rid of
steamships
that.
wouldn't come for some time yet. These early steamboats were little more than engineering novelties. We're now used to the idea, but back then the sight of loud boats with smokestacks pouring smoke
Oh,
was
actually,
almost
mine's better.
comical. They were, for the longest time, considered little more than toys for the rich or prototypes for boffins and mad inventors. For those boffins and mad inventors, though, the practical applications were pretty obvious. Enter Jonathan Hulls of Gloucestershire, England. In 1736, he had a radical idea. What if a paddle-driven steamboat could tow a sailing ship into port? It's pretty impressive stuff, given Hulls drew up his idea some 33 years before the birth of Napoleon. This was truly cutting-edge technology. Hulls was a dreamer, but sadly he didn't live to witness the realization of his idea, and it stayed on the drawing board. But then years later, in 1801, somebody finally tried to pull his idea off.
Oh my god.
The Charlotte Dundas was a small paddle steamer.
Run,
that
Forrest,
used a
run!
horizontally mounted steam engine in a very simple arrangement. In 1803, on its first
Nice.
voyage, the ship showed its merits when it chugged ahead through a powerful breeze when every other vessel in the canal had stopped. But crucially, the feat was accomplished while the Charlotte Dundas was hauling two 70-ton canal barges behind her. Now, the concept of the towboat was proven dramatically, and it was an impressive start, but then the project's benefactor died and the idea lost momentum. Frustratingly, the concept of the functional, load-towing boat was again shelved, and the valiant little vessel was eventually broken up. Now, while the Napoleonic Wars raged on, some other dreamers and doers began to scheme. One was Richard Trevithick, a British engineer and a real pioneer in the early days of steam power. He had a vision in mind of a dedicated boat designed to attend other larger ships. Powered by steam, it would go a long way to helping ships in and out of port. He called his idea the nautical labourer. He had bigger and grander ideas for the boat too. If it could carry steam pumps and machinery, she could fight fires or load heavy cargoes. It was a great idea, but it stalled on the drawing board and never took off. On that one, Trevithick was truly too far ahead of his time. It seemed that steamboats were little more than newfangled gadgets with very little practical purpose. But then in 1814, something interesting happened. On the Tyne River in Newcastle, England, an early steamboat, creatively named the Tyne Steamboat, was built to act as a kind of passenger vessel, but the venture failed after 2 years of poor ticket sales, and the boat was put on the market. Now, fortunately, it was bought by a clever entrepreneur.
At
named
least,
Joseph
like, pick them up
Price,
2 or
who
3
had
at a time,
totally
Jesus.
different purpose in mind for the old Tyne Steamboat.
One.
First, he thankfully diced the old name and renamed his boat Perseverance. Then, in the summer of 1818, he pulled off an experiment. He later wrote, "At the time appointed, I requested him to throw a line on board the steamer. The tide was against us the first 3 miles. Everything answered as well as I could wish. The vessel was towed 2 miles over the bar in 2 hours and 10 minutes, a distance of 13 miles, the wind against us all the way. This was the first time a sailing vessel was ever towed by a steamboat." Now this was the kind of breakthrough moment the towing vessel had needed all along. It was so successful that Price put another old passenger steamer into service, converted just to tow other vessels on the Tyne, and within 3 years there were 14 other boats like this operating in the river. Slowly the idea began to catch on across Britain. In London, an early steamer, the Majestic, was tasked with towing an East Indiaman sailing ship into Woolwich from Deptford. It was only about 5 miles, or a little over 8 kilometres, but there, in front of the curious and watchful eyes of London's citizens, Majestic thundered down the Thames and did the job with ease. Then, another steamship did the same thing in Liverpool. Clearly, this technology had huge ramifications, but this new class of towing boat didn't yet have a name. It was about to get one though. In 1817, a Scottish yard in Dumbarton built the first steamship designed specifically to tow other ships. Like the others, she too was driven by a powerful steam engine and a paddle wheel. She was simply named Tug. Well, clearly the idea and the name caught on because pretty soon tugboats began to pop up in all the major British and European ports. In fact, there were so many tugboats that their chugging engines and thick black smoke became a source of criticism for
Oh,
me,
God, dude.
with one going so far as to tell Price his invention
I swear,
ruined the
it's-
port. Noise
I've
and
been-
smoke aside, the new boat, now collectively known as the tugboat,
5 hours
had
now?
absolutely changed the game.
Spent the first 2.5 grinding my mining.
400 tons
I've seen 2 mines out of here so far.
In the past,
Yeah,
sailing
2.
ships that large had to simply moor and ride at anchor while supplies were ferried to and fro in small boats. Now they could simply
But at
be
least I
towed
can
by
mine
steam
here.
tugs up the river and into the docks, where they could be loaded and unloaded.
2 full days
at
to get from
relative
0
ease
to
in just a
300.
fraction of the time.
It's
Not only that,
impossible on.
previously,
There's only
sailing
one
ship
server,
captains
right?
had
It's
often been
whoa.
incredibly frustrated by poor
Rough.
conditions in port when the wind might drop off for days on end. It meant they were often stuck there until a breeze could come up at just the right direction and strength to carry their ship out of port. But now, with the advent of the tugboat, they could simply be towed out of the harbour into more open waters where breezes would be stronger. It meant the ships could spend less time in port and complete more profitable voyages. In fact, the number of annual round-the-world voyages a ship could reliably do actually went up by about 60%, which was an incredible jump. Early on, in those early days, the towing business was cutthroat. In the Tyne, Joseph Price had pioneered the idea with perseverance, but then dozens of competitors sprang up. It resulted in bizarre scenes as competing tugboat captains would race against one another at full speed to an incoming ship just to try to win the towing contract. When towing jobs weren't available, captains would pull off simple small cargo hauls or even ferry passengers where they needed to go, operating somewhere between a U-Haul and an Uber. As the 1830s and 1840s rolled in, ships began to increase in size, and then they began to be made out of iron.
Thought that was kinda in range,
This
but I
was
guess
a huge
not.
jump in technological innovation because it meant ships could be made bigger and stronger. They would need more tugs, and even then the tugs needed to be bigger and stronger too. Tugs had until then always been made out of wood, and that had to change. In 1841, the first iron-hulled tug, Defiance, was introduced and brought many distinct advantages. First and foremost, it was significantly stronger than its wooden forebearers, but was surprisingly a little bit lighter. In time, paddles began to be replaced with propellers, but paddle-wheeled steam tugs still stayed in service well into the 20th century. In fact, one of the last to be built was completed in 1914. The reason for their longevity was because of the paddles. If you ran one in reverse and the other one ahead, the boat could essentially turn on the spot, something propeller-driven vessels just couldn't do. Today, tugboats are almost unrecognisable from their earliest days. They feature powerful thrusters which can swivel through all 360 degrees. They boast immense power-to-weight ratios. In fact, most huge ships coming into and out of ports only need 3 or so of these types of craft to help them. It's an amazing story of success for a vessel that, for about 81 years, from 1736 until 1817, was seen as little more than a toy. Price had introduced the world's first tugboat on the River Tyne. It's fitting that one of the 2 surviving British paddle-wheel tugboats
The items helped,
was built
for
on the
sure.
Tyne as well. Eppleton Hall was one of the last of her kind, introduced in 1914. After a long career, she was laid up and sold to the scrappers in the 1960s, but fortunately, renowned maritime figure Carl Corton, founder of the San Francisco Maritime Museum, stepped in to save it. She was rebuilt and made the remarkable voyage across the mighty Atlantic Ocean under her own power. Today, Eppleton Hall is moored in San Francisco, one of the last of her kind, a relic from a bygone era, and a reminder that there was once a time when the idea of towing ships with a steamboat was radical in and
It's
of
too
itself.
damn busy here, man.
Picture this. There are thousands of people living in close proximity to one another. They all have various jobs and responsibilities. Some start their day at sunrise while others work the graveyard shift. Many of them are close friends and companions. There's a library, there's a movie theatre, places to shop, a laundromat, and a hospital. No, this isn't the average small town that you can find in all corners of the globe. In fact, this place doesn't even have a permanent location. This is life on the average modern-day aircraft carrier, a floating city. These massive vessels fly under the flags of the United States, the UK, China, Japan, and France, amongst others, representing the strength and brawn of their navies. Today, they're almost synonymous with the very thought of what a warship is. They've been featured in some of the most popular movies of all time, and they're the backbone of some of the world's most powerful navies. But it wasn't always that way. The fact is that the journey the aircraft carrier took from being a mere thought experiment to a bona fide capital ship took decades to become a reality. Along the way, they went through complex design evolutions, and by the time they resembled the ships of today, they'd completely changed war forever. We've always been fascinated by the skies as a species, and centuries ago, inventors were experimenting with putting things up there from ships. The earliest recorded instance of using a ship for airborne operations occurred at the dawn of the 19th century. In 1806, Lord Cochrane of the Royal Navy...
I hate this so much. Get wings, and then you look...
HMS Pallas.
80% chance for it to drop, and then it only drops one wing, I might add.
The kite strings were set on fire...
But they're all flying. The hell are they using then? Telekinesis?
And landed on French soil. 4 decades later, in 1849, the Austrian Navy warship SMS Volcano was being
Makes
used
no
for
goddamn
launching
sense.
balloons. Now this was a lot more insidious. The intent was to launch hot air balloons equipped with a 24 to 30 pound, 13 kilogram bomb with a timed fuse and then have them drop down on the city of Venice. At least one bomb did actually drop over its intended target, but thanks to the changing winds after launch, most balloons missed, and some actually even drifted back over the Austrian border. The American Civil War had its fair share of ship-based aerial operations too. Here, gas-filled balloons launched by Union ships were used to perform reconnaissance on Confederate positions. The Union actually maintained a balloon corps and was launching balloons from land, but once the fighting turned to inland Virginia, the forestry grew too thick for the balloons to reach their intended destinations. Instead, the Union retrofitted a coal barge to carry gas generators and balloon apparatuses, and from the ship, balloons were able to be launched to fly over the Potomac River. This was claimed to be a successful mission, and the idea caught on. Even as recently as the Second World War, various navies were still launching balloons from ships to serve as aerial observation posts. In the early 1900s, the technological landscape was changed forever by the development of one of mankind's greatest inventions, the flying machine. Now, obviously, it would only be natural that launches from ships would follow suit, but it wouldn't be a quick and easy process. Way back in 1910, the French vessel Foudre was the first seaplane carrier. Now, a seaplane carrier doesn't perform the same functions as an aircraft carrier, but it's easy to see their shared lineage. Seaplane carriers instead stored seaplanes under hangars on the main deck, from which they could be lowered into the sea with a crane. Seaplane carriers also allowed for the planes to be stored, transported, and have maintenance performed on the move at sea. In the early 20th century, the development of aircraft encouraged the world's navies to begin taking interest in their potential for use as scouts for their big gun warships. See, for centuries, the massive battleship had dominated the waves as the main, powerful naval asset. At first, there'd been big wooden warships culminating in the monstrous 3-deck ships of the line like HMS Victory in the 1800s. But by the time the airplane had become popularized, they were now enormous steel dreadnoughts. Now, their might and firepower was impressive, but even then for the time, some visionaries had some incredible foresight. In 1909, French inventor and engineer Clement
that just got stuck right in front of us.
An airplane carrying vessel is indispensable. These vessels will be constructed on a plan very different from what is currently used. First of all, the deck will be cleared of all obstacles. It will be flat, as wide as possible without jeopardizing the nautical lines of the hull, and it will look like a landing field. Monsieur Adet could not have been more in tune with what the future of naval warfare would look like, and in just 20 years, it'd be proven strikingly correct. To launch airplanes from their ships, designers started to attach structures to pre-existing vessels where planes could take off from, and then even land on in some early experiments. Now, of course, the First World War proved to be a fundamental proving ground for naval aviation on all sides. In particular, both British and American shore-based seaplane units were tasked with flying anti-submarine patrols. The US Navy also experimented with launching real aircraft off of wooden platforms attached to battleships. In 1915, the USS North Carolina fielded the first at-sea aircraft catapult. It was clear, though, that these ideas were only in their infancy. Yes, planes were launching from ships, but they had no way of returning. Upon completion of a mission, pilots would attempt to land ashore, or if they weren't able to, they ditched their plane in the sea and just hoped to be fished out of the water. Although the concept was still being perfected, naval aviation was beginning to prove its worth. One notable example of the signs of the times was the HMS Furious. She had been designed as a conventional, heavily armed, Courageous class warship, but was then converted mid-construction instead into a kind of hybrid aircraft-carrying battlecruiser. In July of 1918, 7 Sopwith Camels launched from Furious and destroyed 2 Zeppelins at the Tondern airship base in Denmark. Now, the Germans had been using this base to conduct nighttime bombing raids over Britain, but the bombing of Tondern caught the Germans completely by surprise because they thought the base was way too far out of reach of British aircraft. But despite the success of the raid, the shortcomings of early aircraft-carrying ships were proven by the fact that not one of the 7 Camels made it back to Furious. World War I had convinced Navy officials that airplanes were obviously essential on the modern battlefield, but very few believed they served much more purpose beyond just observing the fall of shot of their big battleships. But tests conducted in the 1920s by visionaries like Brigadier General Billy Mitchell hinted that the era of the aircraft carrier was clearly on the horizon. Officially, the first aircraft carrier ever was the British HMS Argus of 1918. The British government had purchased the not yet completed Italian ocean liner Conte Rosso, whose construction had been halted thanks to the outbreak of the war. The vessel was converted to be the first true aircraft carrier with an unobstructed flight deck, just as Clement Ader had predicted way back in 1909. Finally, aircraft could take off and land from the same ship. Argus was like a floating airfield in the middle of the ocean, and war would never be the same.
4 to go.
The First World War had ended before the Argus could ever be put into action, but her design had inspired the United States and Japanese navies to quickly follow suit with carriers of their own.
Handing everything in, and we're swapping over to
as the first aircraft carrier.
Ye olde pirate simulator.
The first carrier designed as such from the keel up when she entered service in December 1922. The United States wasn't far behind with the commission of USS Langley the same year.
Your mother
It
was a
essentially an
kangaroo.
experiment to see if aircraft could operate effectively off of ships, and Langley showed it was indeed possible. She served as a training ship for the US Navy's first generation of daring carrier aviators. Progression towards the world's most powerful flat-top warships was well underway, but even then, very, very few understood the true power and potential of these warships because they'd never been tested in combat, but that was going to change very, very soon. Proponents of the aircraft carrier managed to push against internal resistance to have examples built all over the world in the 1920s. The world saw the debut of the HMS Hermes from the UK, the Bayonne from France, and the Lexington-class aircraft carriers from the United States in 1927. Originally, most of this early generation of aircraft carriers were actually conversions of ships that had been laid down instead as cargo ships, cruisers, battle cruisers, or even battleships. This allowed for navies to incorporate carriers into their fleets quicker, but it also shows just how little real thought was being given to the aircraft carrier as a weapon. As the 1920s wore on, this slowly began to change. While converting ships was relatively quick and easy, ordering carriers purpose-built allowed the design to be specialized for their future role and resulted in far superior ships. Finally, in 1939, the true dawn of the aircraft carrier began. It was during World War II that aircraft carriers were used on a large scale for the first time and proved themselves not just as a novelty, but as the absolute backbone of the modern Navy. They had just missed serving their purpose for World War I, but now they were ready. In a shocking twist, the world's most powerful battleships began to be hunted down and sunk by swarms of aircraft launched from carriers. The intense demand for carrier fleets led to further improvements in their design and the recovery process for their aircraft. In the end, thanks to the rapid progress of war, several itineraries of carriers were designed and put into service. The US constructed small, slow escort carriers to provide air support for convoys and amphibious invasions. Later, they developed light aircraft carriers.
We should
like
sterilize
the
these people.
which were faster than the escort concept and intended to keep up to speed with the fleet. Many of these ships were fast because they were originally converted from cruisers that were actually already under construction. In fact, before war had broken out, US President Franklin Delano Roosevelt had observed the lack of new aircraft carriers scheduled to join the fleet before 1944. He was the one who'd suggested converting the existing Cleveland-class cruisers' hulls. This bit of foresight helped swing the war in the Pacific in the US's favor because they could quickly get carriers out into action at a rate significantly faster than their Japanese adversaries could. Away from the Pacific, carriers saw heavy action too in the Atlantic. Where the Atlantic convoys needed protection from German submarines, the British developed what they called the merchant carrier. These were
Like,
merchant
imagine
ships equipped with a
if a
flat
rich
deck
like that
for up to 6
reproduces.
aircraft.
This is
They
why
served as a
the world is
stopgap until
in deep
dedicated
shit now,
carriers could be
guys.
constructed on a
Too many
wider
people like that
basis.
are reproducing,
These
and they don't
typically
teach their
carried
kids
around
any
20
values
aircraft
whatsoever.
total, and were used primarily for anti-submarine operations. Given
like
the ferocity of U-boat
a walk-in
attacks from
crime
Germans
waiting to
at the
happen.
time, this was a critical assignment. Any tool to win the
Minorities
war in the
report
Atlantic
that shit.
was welcome indeed. Of course, the UK used escort carriers as well. They were built on commercial freighter hulls, which made their construction quicker and cheaper. They were slow to keep up with the main forces of fleet carriers, battleships and cruisers, but they did a good job escorting sluggish merchant convoys, defending them from enemy submarines and aircraft. On the downside,
Not sure why that one was
ships were only
mine,
lightly
but okay.
protected, and several were sunk with a great loss of life.
I shall take it.
It became obvious during the Second World War that aircraft carriers were playing a crucial role. At one point, the Royal Navy had several aircraft carriers in their fleet, while the Germans and the Italians had none. The capabilities of aircraft carriers could not have been more adequately demonstrated. In 1940, the ancient-looking Fairy Swordfish torpedo bombers attacked and damaged the Italian fleet at Taranto for only 2 losses. Well, the next year, they badly damaged the German battleship Bismarck so she could be hunted down and destroyed. Both raids had been launched by British carriers. In December the same year, the US Navy base at Pearl Harbor was decimated by a carrier-based Japanese attack. The advantages to using carriers were clear. To Navy planners' shock, they were making the world's most powerful battleships completely obsolete. Few would argue over the power of the image of the battleship. They serve as a floating platform and advertising billboard for the strength of their home nation. Their time as the premier member of the fleet, though, was not long to be had. The tremendous battleship losses during the war changed the way navies even thought about their fleet's compositions. Here's an example. There's no argument that during the Second World War, the United States possessed some of the world's most powerful and sophisticated battleships. These culminated in the Iowa class. They served their countries on and off from the 1940s all the way up until the early 1990s, when the last battleship was finally decommissioned. But at one point, the US Navy was designing an even larger, more powerful, and more sophisticated battleship to replace the Iowas, and these would have been called the Montana class. They would have featured massive 16-inch guns and enhanced protection, designed to go up against Japan's Yamato-class super battleships, the largest ever built. In July of 1940, 5 ships in the Montana class were approved for construction, with work to begin later that year. Ultimately, the writing was on the wall for the Montana class, because by 1943 it was clear to everyone that the aircraft carrier had supplanted the battleship as the premier weapon in the Navy's arsenal. The concept was cancelled. And in a bit of tragic irony, the arrangement of the propulsion system found in the Montana class was modified instead to be used in the Midway-class aircraft carriers instead. The lesson was learnt time and time again at sea in momentous battles like Midway, Philippine Sea, and the Leyte Gulf, where instead of Japan and America's battleships slogging it out like prize fighters, it was just the aircraft carriers and their squadrons going toe-to-toe. A squadron of dive bombers could menace big ships and destroy them with relative ease. On top of that, battleships were big and heavy and required a significant amount of fuel and maintenance, which made them particularly costly. It's not as if battleships no longer served a purpose. They could still bombard shores to prep the battlefield for amphibious landings. They did this job very well at D-Day, Okinawa, Iwo Jima, and more. This was an important role, but ultimately wasn't enough reason to justify keeping them. The ever-decreasing role of the battleship was not just unique to the United States Navy by the end of World War II. Perhaps nothing demonstrated this better than when aircraft launched from US carriers sank the largest battleships ever built. The Japanese warships Musashi in 1944 and Yamato.
Where are all the fucking wings, bro?
Yamato
fucking ridiculous.
Had anti-air defense strengthened enormously in the war. She'd started out with just 24 anti-aircraft guns and ended with 150. But in the end, it was all for naught. She was completely wrecked from above in just 2 hours. The era of the battleship was over. And even then, the aircraft carrier went from strength to strength. After the war, the jet age allowed smaller and less expensive ships to provide maximum firepower and destructive capability. Then, the development of guided bombs made it even easier for aircraft to sink warships. Planes launched from carriers could even bombard shore establishments
Bro, this
more
is so
effectively
fucking stupid.
than big battleships ever could. Crucially, this
80%
isn't just a
my
story of
ass.
successful ship design, because as the aircraft carrier developed, so too did the aircraft actually deployed on them. Now, if not for this, and the more powerful aircraft through history, then the aircraft carrier would have remained little more than a novelty. One massive advantage was the range. With the development of external fuel storage like drop tanks, aircraft could deliver an attack from 200 miles, 320 kilometers away, or more. Meanwhile, once upon a time, a battleship would need to get within just 20 miles or less to carry out the very same attack. Originally, the biggest reason people were skeptical of airborne attacks was the uncertainty that aircraft could lift enough destructive weapons to supersede the battleship. Originally in the 1930s, this was a pretty valid concern. By the end of the decade, though, it was no longer the case. In 1918, the Tondern Raid Force had flown Sopwith camels capable of carrying just two 50-pound, 22-kilogram bombs. By the end of World War II, though, British carrier bombers like the Fairey Firefly could mount twin 1,000-pound, 450-kilogram bombs, or 8 rockets. Aircraft were carrying adequate payloads, dive bomber and torpedo plane designs had matured, and carrier arrestor gear and flight deck handling facilities were more than up to the task. Aircraft carriers had proved themselves as one of the most effective weapons against the ever-threatening German U-boats. They could launch airplanes to find and sink Kriegsmarine submarines and became the scourge of the German Navy. The carrier-centric fleet was most famously proven in the Pacific, but it was also crucial in turning the tide in the Battle of the Atlantic and the ultimate Allied victory in World War II. The evolution of technology is a natural and inevitable force. All things will eventually be replaced by something more powerful, more efficient, and stronger than the thing that had come before it. From their humble beginnings as novelties to becoming the flagship of world navies, aircraft carriers have truly encapsulated this idea. So revolutionary were they, in fact, that today carriers still patrol the world's oceans like knights in a game of political chess. Massive steel sentinels on the sea ready to enforce their home nation's will. There's little more intimidating than a modern-day aircraft carrier and the destruction they can bring. We can only hope we won't really be needing it anytime soon. Ladies and gentlemen, it's your friend Mike Brady from Ocean Liner Designs. Thank you so much for watching this video. If you enjoyed it, please leave a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel because we get new videos out weekly. If you want to support my work and get really cool perks like behind the scenes and early access, please visit my Patreon in the link in the description below, or sign up as a YouTube member. Come and join the crew. As always, stay safe, stay happy, and I'll see you again next time.
Come on. The perfect timing. Oh, shit. Oh, thank God, let's go. Fuck yeah. Finally. To the Caribbean! After I hand the question.
The Naru have not forgotten us.
Oh God, this takes an hour.
May the light embrace you.
Not actually, but it takes a while. The power of Christ compels you. Today would be nice. It's like they couldn't even be bothered to animate the dude, right?
Arcanon Pillars. Warm wishes to you.
Oh, I missed everyone. What the fuck? Wait, did I fail?
Each day is a blessing. Be kind to those less fortunate.
No. Okay.
May the light embrace you.
What can I do for you? Greetings.
That's for tomorrow. Well, not tomorrow. Later. To the Caribbean. Let me launch it. Obviously. I gotta make a scene still. I haven't done that yet. um... So it works. There we go. Perfect. Okay, so we're in the middle of the tutorial. I played a little bit last night. I forgot what the hell I was doing. We did this. I need... Talk to the captain. But I gotta do the side quests first. I need 3 bottles of rum. I've got 1 bottle. I can buy a bottle, but I don't want to buy a bottle and then sell it. I mean, I don't know. Yeah. Apologies, Captain. I was delayed. Apology accepted. Enjoy the moment. You won't get sunsets like this. We've dropped sail and are adrift. Unfortunately, your arrival in Martinique will be delayed. But why? Because no wind. Oh, I guess not. What's it called? Capsterville. We need to have a serious talk. I'm inviting you to dine in my cabin. The bell will strike soon, then we'll have time to talk like civilized men. I'd be honored. Let me know when you're ready. We still have some time. You're free to walk around the ship. What are you looking at? Pirates or Spaniards? Pirate Baron? Okay. Piracy exists only because the local authorities allow them to repair and resupply in exchange for a share of the loot. Alonso. Also, not at all. They'll hang me and you'll just get stabbed. GG. Merchant. Let me love you. Hmm? You're so fluffy. Oh. Oi. Sorry. Okay, I gotta find more bottles of rum somehow. Have I gone in this end yet? Yes. Let me... I just realized I did that last night. I did this guy's quest. This guy. Can I? Put all of it. This guy sells a bottle? Just one? For 200 though, it's like ridiculously expensive. I mean, if I can find the 3rd bottle, I'd have 500. So it'd be worth it. How do I open the inventory? F1. Yeah, bottle of rum, 1. Where the hell's the last second? Where's the second one? Is there a more down? Oh. Wow. Okay. I've been here. Okay. Give me my money. Huh. Oui ou non? Fine. Did that actually do anything? Because that was 500 gold right there. I have no idea. Where do I equip it? Okay, just double click it, that's fine. Wait, I have multiple amulet slots? I'm gonna take the other one too then. This one. expensive. How do I see this? See. 2 trading, 3 leadership. The fuck? Where'd the ambulance go? Oh my god. Okay. Okay. I think that's timed. Ah, actually, fuck. 50 days. Okay, so once it's on, leave it on. Okay, so 3, 2. $13.12. Damn. Okay. Worth. Insinua what? Loot everything that's not nailed down. New document received. Oh, I shouldn't have bought a bottle of rum. Damn it. There's a dot here, but I can't. Key. Anyway, let's check that document first. Documents. Apparently there's a captain's key around somewhere. Interesting. They're coming after me for some reason. I am the brother of some dudes. And I was just... I started on this ship, right? I have no fucking idea what's going on. I'm the brother... I'm some noble brother of... I already forgot the name. And I'm supposed to go and bring him back to France. And I'm guessing he's gonna turn me over. Can I shoot this? No, I'm kidding. Jump. Her eyes are this big. Spring 10. Okay, do you mind? Fire in the hole. Cannons +1. Nice. That was fun. Still gotta find this damn key. Did it appear somewhere then? Because I've been all over this boat already, you know? Pretty sure I am. Just slide down, you're being weird. do you mind? Thank you. Bruh. Okay, I have no idea. I'm gonna look this up. Fuck it. Captain's key. What's a windlass? I didn't even see that. Did we touch that? The wooden postbox looking thing before the entrance to the wardrooms. Oh, I used that. Did I? What the fuck is the windlass? I'm so confused. The postbox looking thing before the entrance to the wardrooms. What the fuck is a wardroom? Oh, it was this, wasn't it? You know what? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna restart. Oh, I'm gonna start from scratch. I fucked that up already so many times. Or like, I made like 3 or 4 mistakes. Locked myself out of some stuff apparently. See, I wasn't lying. That was still the tutorial. Fine. Come on. You wanna make up your mind? Hurts my neck. Michel de mon père, that was it. What's the plan, lady? Too close? She really wants attention. Oh, you sneezed in my face. The fuck? Oh, sorry. How can you be comfortable? Hey, come on. Come on. Cats. Okay, don't touch that. I assume I can sell some of this stuff, but I have no idea what. Damn it. How did I even go into first person mode? I don't need... Oh, okay. Never mind. Gold nuggets, yes please. Skill check failed. Okay, remember that. Gotta talk to the crew, they apparently. See, this is what I mean, I gotta do all these side quests properly. $50 doubloons, Alonso. Paul Laurie, 25. Henry Chasson, 35. 35. Navigation +3. Okay, that was definitely worth it then. I don't see no key. Navigation +1. Worth. I'm not too sure about this key. Can't find shit. Shit. Starting to think this key is a lie. Captain's cabin, hold or dig. That's basically the entire boat then, thanks. Wow, that helps. What you doing? Hmm. Bro. This key does not exist, man. Which is nonsense. Well, supposedly I did get the... And why is there a mark here? There's nothing here. The fuck? Bro, this does my head in. I'm confused. I've talked to the captain, I've talked to Henry, did the quest. I talked to Alonso. I did the boatswain, because the store. Mathieu Pinchon, we did that. And his quest. Paul, we did his quest. Cargo hold guy, that should work. I'm not sure why it still doesn't. Why I still say it's the navigation thing. I'm only at 5. I need 6. Rip. I wonder if that's because of starting as a sharpshooter. I need to get into the chest though, because I need that treasure map. That's like super important, apparently. And I would like to have this thing as well. Like, I don't know why this doesn't work. I should have 6 now, right? I got +4 already. Okay, we get to restart again. There's a specific conversation I need to do with the captain that I didn't do. Fuck's sake. Don't touch that. There it is. I'm starting to think this ski just like doesn't exist, man. The fuck? You need to have the guy tell you the captain is missing his ski. Wait, who? I went through all of the conversation though. The fuck? Whoa. Damn. I swear I've talked to everyone. Nobody said anything about a captain missing his, about the captain missing his key. Oh, here we go. Adder stone. For luck. I might as well, I guess. Okay, so now we gotta find the captain's key. Hello. Finally. Nice. How do I know what I can sell? This I can use. What? See, these are all ingredients, so I don't really want to sell them. You know what I mean? Ah, it costs 6,000. What the fuck? All. No treasure map. Other treasure map. Random. Okay, I think we've done everything here now. Finally. Incoming! Your first sea battle takes place in Charles de More's imagination. Don't worry, just experiment.
I see a sail, Captain!
Whoa. Weird. They did a shit ton of damage, you know? What? This is so weird. Oh damn, I missed almost of it. I almost did a missed. Fuck. Alright, we're gonna have to get used to this. Holy shit.
The left side, ready to fire!
Bro, what? Idiot. Wow. Slightly bitter. Okay, that's why the other half missed. It was already done. Man, it's hard to hit, man. critical hits. Yo, upset. I didn't even see you. Sorry. As focused. Yeah, yeah. You could tell. To be fair, this is a remake of like a really old game. Sea Dogs. How do I dodge? Oh, shift. Okay.
Death becomes you.
A shoe. No, Sid Meier's Pirates is pretty fun. But it's basically a bunch of mini games, right? It's not really a... It's not meant to be a simulation, so to speak. Yeah, these guys have looked better. Let's just begin upstairs. They'll be down here any minute. Take the scatter gun. Grape shot. Nice. Pathetic. Suspicious potion. Something tells me dude's gonna die.
Die!
Die, maggot! Hello? Attack? Why can I not attack? Yep, that was weird.
Rest in peace.
Infidel!
Rest in peace. The devil take me! Death becomes die!
Give me all the loot. There's a lot of corpses here. What the fuck? Nailed him. I took a shit ton of damage. Wow. Yeah, that's good. This one. That was literally the tutorial, by the way. Complete the prologue. Get the most out of the prologue. Prologue plus.
Tis a pleasure to welcome you to the colonies. Sir, are you coming from good old home?
Charles de Mort. Play cards, find work, deal with smugglers. Supplies, obviously. The brothel. If your vitality is low, drop in and leave a new man. The bank. Best place to sell jewels. Prison. Hello, governor. Jacques Diel du Parquet. Okay. Don't go straight to the governor, because they'll arrest me.
Halt, sinner, and think about your miserable soul. You'll find everything you need here. Hurry, hurry! Only today you can get 2 products for the price of 1. I'm happy with everything here.
Arnaud Lamour. Someone in the street redirects me. I just need to find the someone in the street.
Share any good news, colleague.
Pirates are wreaking havoc. Products are getting more and more expensive, and it's only going to get worse.
Some
Pirates are
terrible
wreaking
voice
havoc.
actors.
Products are getting more and more expensive, and it's only going to get worse. You can trust me on that one.
That English is terrible.
Pirates are wreaking havoc. Products are getting more and more expensive, and it's only going to get worse. You can trust me on that one.
Hurry, hurry! Only today you can get 2 products for the price of 1.
That is a terrible accent. Are you even trying? Why, yes, I will rob you blind. Thank you.
Oh, if my husband saw us.
After a dangerous voyage, there's nothing better than a good old welcoming shore. Is there something you need? No? Then I'll be on my way. Excuse me, I've gotta get to the saloon pronto.
Guess we should try the tavern?
Keep on going the way you were going. Everything here is fair and square. The lucky man wins. Everything here is fair and square. The lucky man wins. Sugar and food, refreshing beverages, and cozy bed at your service. Come on, out with it. What do you have there? So, whose street is it today? I recognize the look of a gambler.
Oh, that's the brothel, clearly. The bank.
Tempus fugita aeternitas manet.
Obrus Christi salva mi. Sanguis Christi inhebra mi. Aqua lateris Christi lava mi. Passio Christi conforta mi. O bone Jesu exhauti.
Land has become very valuable in our day and age.
Ni parmitas mi separari et
I am happy with everything here. How about you? People like me are what hold this town together. Remember
Bro, what the
that.
fuck? Who am I supposed to talk to? I'm pretty sure if you go to the governor, they'd literally like lock you up. And steal that treasure map that I spent 6k on. A new game? No, it's, well... No. It's a remake of Sea Dogs from back in the day. It is actually one of the most realistic pirate games you'll play. Sort of. I'm trying to find my brother without getting arrested though, and I don't remember how it went.
The sea is my home, and that's all there is to it.
Like Sea Dogs has always been. It's like back in the day, Pirates of the Caribbean, Caribbean, whatever, however you want to say it. That was Sea Dogs. I think that's Sea Dogs 3 or something. And this is basically Pirates of the Caribbean. Bruh, I don't remember where where this one. Yeah, then you know this same diff. Same type of game. Not the same game, but same type of game. Weird. Um, Meow. Meow. Yeah, see, it says talk to the abbot in the church, but somebody needs to point me to the abbot, no? I was in the church. I talked to the abbot. He didn't say jack shit. Oh no, wait, I was in a different church. No, this is different. That's the keep. What? It also doesn't hold your hand, right? See? I have to be told to talk to them.
Anima Christi satisfecta. Obrus Christi salvami. Sanguis Christi inhebrami. Aqua lateris Christi lavami. Passio Christi confortami. O bone Jesu exaudi.
I've murdered people and sank ships. Rid of them French. No, all is forgiven. Oh, that's funny.
I'm happy with everything here. How about you?
I have no idea who to talk to. Hmm. I don't want to. I have a 6,000 gold treasure map in my inventory. If I go to the governor, they steal it. This is annoying. I have no idea where to go. Someone tells you to go to the church, and then the... Hello. Hey, dang. There we go. They just walked up. Okay. That worked.
Anima Christi satisfegra me. Obrus Christi salva me. Sanguis Christi inhebra me. Aqua lateris Christi lava me. Passio Christi conforta me.
Decent soldiers are always in high demand.
Intra tua vulgaria absconde me. Ni permittas mi separari et te. Ab hoste maligno defende me. In hora mortis mia vocat, et ibe mi ventare et te, utcam sanctis Dius londeus te, in siculia siculitorium. Amen.
There we go. From here on out, we're blind. I knew this was familiar. It's where that prison is.
Decent soldiers are always in high demand. No matter what you think, I'm happy to see you, brother.
Chevalier de la Brinée. 1,000,000. Oh. Hello. What you doing? It's fucking weirdo. Oof. Nope. No. Ow. Electricity. We need to own a ship. And then a crew. The deposit. 20,000 pesos. You'll have to earn the rest of the money yourself. Wonderful. Okay, we're gonna skip the tutorial now, because I'm gonna start over, because I just read something while I was looking for this shit. And apparently I chose the worst fucking starting build in the game. So we're gonna swap that out. I'm sorry. We're learning. Complicated game, let's make it as easy as we can. Okay, so not sharpshooter, gotcha. So the pirate skill is super important. It's basically special from Fallout, but you cannot... You can't really upgrade them. Okay, so Duelist is the best for leveling. Great choice for new players. Fairly spread out. Accountant is the best for experienced players. Athlete takes a while to get going. Sharpshooter. Yeah, sharpshooter is great because you get a musket at the start of the game, but everything else is terrible, right? Not effective in melee combat, low reaction, low endurance, pitiful weight limit. I'm just gonna take duelist or accountant, but accountant is gonna be rough at the start as well because it's weak combat skills. Wow, I know. Alright, here we are again. Fuck's sake. Oh, fuck off. I fucked up. Bollocks. All of this stuff is giving me skill points. um. What I miss? Oh, I didn't use the... I hate that I have to do this, but I need the money. I think we're good now.
I see a sail, Captain.
Captain. Damn it, that was way late. What just happened? Okay. Well, that happened. Don't ram shit. Gotcha. What's up, X?
Aye, aye, Captain. Set sail to Epstein Island.
Oh, come on. Chillin'. I finally hit 300 mining with my warlock and 300 plus engineering, so I'm in Outland finally with the warlock. Yeah, it's pretty nice. Now I can finally get the start going and get the 70. With 61. How is your government shit? I'll leave that open for now. Oh no, wait. What's the difference? Or the Vince? What? Oh, it equips. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah. Oh, you still have to wait. That's crazy. Check real quick. What perks do I focus on? Quick learning as early as possible. Well, why can't I grab that yet? Yeah, it is Sea Dogs. Same guys. You've seen me play it before, but it's like way more developed now.
The devil take me! Why the hell? The devil take me!
Damn it.
Die! The devil take me! Rest in peace! Ah, damnation! The devil take me! The devil take me!
Oh, I died. Fuck. Okay. Couldn't die tutorial. I got less loot now. Damn it. It's the tutorial.
Tis a pleasure to welcome you to the colonies. Sir, are you coming from good old home?
Yeah, we gotta find that guy again. He's got a little thingy above his head. That's the only way we know. Oh, hello.
Who are you? Where are you off to? Go ahead, don't delay.
And Rip? Yeah, it's cold out of here too. Well, nice and warm under my blanket, obviously, but... Yeah, I gotta do a phone call at 9:30ish. Also, 2 hours from now. I woke up last night. I gotta fix my schedule, dude. I'm supposed to start work next week. Like, fuck my life. 9-hour days as well.
Who are you? Where are you off to? Go ahead, don't delay. No matter what you think, I'm happy to see you, brother.
I may have jumped the gun there. I skipped the tutorial. Yeah, the game loves to throw text at you.
Anima Christi
Decent soldiers are always in high demand.
salva mi. Sanguis Christi inhebra mi.
I mean, it's Sea Dogs, right? Sea Dogs have the same thing. I swear it's because of the fucking all of the documentaries I've been watching on Cheaps. Yeah, I was playing with him a couple of days ago as well.
Who are you? Where are you off to? Go ahead, don't delay. No matter what you think, I'm happy to see you, brother.
Okay, I did start the tutorial. Then why did nothing happen?
It's our responsibility to be on guard.
Can't talk to him no more.
Keep on going the way you were going.
Well, I expected something to happen after I was out of the conversation, but I guess not. Navigator, Purser, Cannoneer. Okay. We have been cut loose. Pee-pee. I've got 2 PP. I still can't get this.
Excuse me, I've got to get to the saloon pronto.
Why did he talk to me? Sometimes that happens. Like they randomly talk to you, and then it's like I talked to them somehow, but I didn't.
All right, let's haggle a little bit.
Assistant is missing. Right, you have to run across the island, right, to the other. Grelem Lavoie. At the crossroads left. Let's knock this out so we can acquire our ship. Okay. Random. Can you tell this is a Russian game? Lucky find. Damn, that's pretty nice. Pretty sure that's a mod, by the way. There's a couple of mods that I installed that everyone on the guides was like, install these that make the herbs and stuff easier to see. Hence the giant sign.
What kind of cuttlefish be these?
I know this guy's around here somewhere. Like a lady or something.
Pour it on. What kind of cuttlefish be this?
Okay. There was no woman involved. I made that up apparently. But then there's no way the other one's gonna be better. Oh, it is. Damn it. It's plain though. But it's medium. We're better with lights. That's the whole idea of a duelist, right?
I'm happy with everything here. How about you?
Go there again, try to find an employee. Great. Oh, I did that automatically. And we leveled up. When can I get that?
We're always happy to serve our customers here, especially the ones who aren't stingy with the tips.
That's a lot of money.
Clear the way. What kind of cuttlefish be this? What kind of cuttlefish be this?
The amber is what we want. And we got 5k out of it. Call that a win. What's the save? Save. Okay, apparently F9 stops the music. What the fuck? Weird. Oh. I don't know if I should sell them. Yeah, see, that was the worst option. The governor for a map. Okay. Caribbean legend. Quick save. F6. If load with F9. Okay.
Please, quickly. I'm quite occupied at the moment.
We got a map now.
Land has become very valuable in our day and age.
See, why did that guy talk? I didn't click nothing. He just started talking to me. And then it acts like I talked to him.
I'm all ears.
I am looking for a job. Prosper Trubali. Right. Oh.
After a dangerous voyage, there's nothing better than the good old welcoming.
Why does he do that? This is kind of annoying. 9 gunpowder, 8 lead balls. Little more. I want more. Wait. This guy.
Stop on by. Best products in the colony.
Okay. There we go, it's bitter. Why are they talking to me, bro?
We have no time for chit-chat. Make it quick.
Time to murder some savages. Whoa. Where are you going? Wait, I don't have a gun. What the hell? Why is he following me? Oh, it bugged out? Oh no, okay. LOL. Machete. I need a drink.
The devil take me! Death becomes you. Why the hell? Why the hell?
empty. Alright, savages successfully pacified. We gave them an education. They won't remember. They won't forget. What do you want? Food downstairs. I gave you something already. I gotta find the whore guy. There he is.
Ah, at last, a worthy conquest.
Take your pig, don't be shy. What can I get set up for you, Captain?
Succulent food, refreshing beverages, and cozy bed at your service.
Какая рыбка сегодня на ужин?
Grip the spyglass. Oh.
Какая рыбка сегодня на ужин?
Wait, but then I'm gonna lose time, right? I'm so confused. How do I skip time? Because if I go on this, I'm pretty sure I'm failed the other mission. Okay, maybe not. Bro, stop turning my fucking time acceleration off. Was that even it? Yeah. Okay, now what?
Lower away!
Share any good news, colleague. Share any good news, colleague.
Yo ho, ik heb zorgen, yo ho, ik heb zorgen. Did I go the right way? I have no idea. I think so. Early in the morning.
I just can't recall who you are.
Bit of smuggling, easy money.
Today is your day, sugar. Today is your day, sugar.
Mach schnell!
Succulent food, refreshing beverages, and cozy bed at your service.
Early in the morning. Apparently I missed something. Ow.
It's our responsibility to be on guard. Any products for any taste.
Tomorrow.
You'll find everything you need here. Any products for any taste.
How do I get in there? Is it because of the time? Hmm.
Our dockyards are the envy of all our competitors.
Okay. You noticed. Get his back to me, you know? It's worth a try.
Land has become very valuable in our day and age.
Never mind. Now, why can't I get into the bank? Am I supposed to have bought the ship already? I'm confused. I'm supposed to have 30k, man. I'm not even close. And I want to sell these things, but I have to sell them to a bank. But they won't let me in. I'm confused.
After a dangerous voyage, there's nothing better than a good old welcoming shore.
I'm confused.
Stop on by.
Like it's suboptimal to sell them to these guys. Wait, so I can sell it? Can I sell maps? Maps.
Stop on by. Best products in the colony. Stop on by. Best products in the colony.
Okay, perfect. That's why I didn't have the money. Wrong way. Oh, excuse me. $60 bottles. Oops.
Hurry, hurry! Only today you can get 2 products for the price of 1. Whether you a peasant, an artisan, or a nobleman, anyone can find a product that suits their.
This is bullshit because he already knows me, right? I did a job for him. He should just be like, oh yeah, sure, because I did the job.
Products for any taste. questions, go to the officer.
They gave me 60k, so could be the business. We spent 33k. So 27k profit. Worth. Give me a minute. Een minuut bitte.
Any products for any taste.
Why is there a thing above his thing?
Our dockyards are the envy of all our competitors. All right, let's haggle a little bit. Succulent food, refreshing beverages, and cozy bed at your service. Excuse me, I've got to get to the saloon pronto.
Okay.
Succulent food, refreshing beverages, and cozy bed at your service.
Go talk to the people.
Stop on by. Best products.
It's annoying that there's a thingy above his head when he doesn't have anything. This game loves to make you run around.
Who are you? Where are you off to? Go ahead, don't delay. Come on, don't irritate me. Got any news, brother? I'm already sick and tiring of hanging around here.
The English is so bad. The hell? Shouldn't the commandant be here? I guess not.
Come on, don't irritate me. Who are you? Where are you off to? Go ahead, don't delay.
Huh. I swear it's down here. Somewhere.
Who are you? Who are you? Ensuring the safety of the town is a serious task.
weird.
Decent soldiers are always in high demand.
Was I at the wrong prison, maybe? Are there two? No? Yes?
Come on in, have a seat. Make yourself at home. Let me guess, you need a money lender.
Do I just buy him? Oep, shit, het lock leaked. Nice. I was just thinking, oh, I need to go buy a pistol then. Never mind, he gave it to me for free.
Hurry, hurry! Only today you can get 2 products for the price of 1. Succulent food, refreshing beverages, and cozy bed at your service.
Why is it so late? Shouldn't it have rested till 11?
Clear the way.
Let's try it again. I couldn't get it to shoot.
Let luck be always smiling down on me. What kind of cuttlefish be this?
That's a good bit of money, actually. Fly a non-hostile flag, have high enough stealth skill? Like, what? You have to, like, cheat on what flag you're actually using and stuff, dude. What the hell? Could you not walk so close to me, please?
Keep on going the way you were going.
Oops. We got lucky, I guess.
Let me guess. You need a money lender.
Excellent. I forgot where the jail was. Yeah.
Clear the way.
keen nose for business. 200 barrels of wine, 10,000 pesos. $10,000 years. You are not prepared.
And cozy bed at your service.
Wait, who am I going to? At Le Francois. Okay, that's the other. A fine lugger, Captain. Why is the rum gone? Appoint him as navigator. Folk Deluxe. Great loyalty. I don't really know how to read this. Navigation 34. Gunnery 23. Accuracy, I guess? 21. Why? When can I do this? Like, it doesn't say when. Does this mean the other guy has them? Yeah. Naval perks. Hmm. No idea. How do I leave? There we go.
What kind of cuttlefish be these? We're always happy to serve our customers here, especially the ones who aren't stingy with the tips.
We tried. I keep missing, bro. I suck. How do I board him? Baster.
I'm happy with everything here. How about you? What brings you this neck of the woods, fine fella? Well-intentioned, I hope.
Charles de Moore, brother of Michel de Montpère. Robbed. Sure you did. They really like to send you from place to place. It's feel like I'm dealing with the government, bro.
Come on in. Have a seat. Make yourself at home. Ensuring the safety of the town is a serious task.
Who am I supposed to talk to?
The word of Moscow.
Tichingitu.
Stronger than iron.
Back to the fatso. Fat Russian. Blitz.
What brings you this neck of the woods, fine fella? Well-intentioned, I hope. What can I do for you?
Wait. Should have talked to the warden first. Should have read that better. It said fading.
Come on in. Have a seat. Make yourself at home.
Now I gotta go defeat. See? It's like the government, bro.
Rest in peace.
Oh, should have talked to the dude apparently. Oh my god, all the way back here. Fuck. I didn't realize that would happen. I just walked through the door, bro. What the fuck?
Word of Moscow is stronger than iron. Come on in. Have a seat. Make yourself at home. Come forward, dear fella. Have a visit. Bring you tantalizing rumors of other outlandish jolly faction. It's our responsibility to be on guard.
Any dog dies before coming close to master. I got my own little my own little pet Indian. Let's go. Tichingito is not afraid of anything. Zukablitz.
The word of Moscow is stronger than iron.
Friend slash passenger. Vanguards. Can't die. That's always nice. Vanguardium Leviosa. He's pretty low on everything both, so I'm just gonna leave this open for now. How do I call him in? Whatever.
You'll find everything you need here.
Nice. It pays to know people. Outside one stop snow in. You just came back already, or do you still have to go out? There he is. My friend. Yeah. Yeah, it's not that bad here, it's just cold. Guys should call me soon. Then I don't have to look at that no more either. I just got a weather warning though. Literally just now. Wintry mix. LOL. Oh, damn. Still got paid. Yeah. Looks cold. How do I equip him now? Oh, we already had one. Oh no, he equipped it automatically. Okay. Yeah, it's better than the tomahawk. No, it's not. 33.45. 26.36. Light. Heavy. I don't know.
I'll be frank with you. I'm the finest goddamn shipwright around.
The finest goddamn shipwright around. How do I know what's on them? 6-pound demi cannons, 12 out of 12. Wasn't too cheap. I'm so confused what this does. What? Huh? Why does it change when I click here? Whatever. We're repaired, we're good. Confusing. We have started our life as Captain. Capitaine Charles de mon père. No, de mort. De mort, not de mon père. Oh yeah. Where do I need to go? Le François, the other one. Saint-Pierre. Yes, sir, you are welcome. Yes, smuggling. He speaks French, lol. I'm not speaking French, I'm just saying his name. My name, in game. Charles de Mort. Ah, fine, whatever. This is a modern game, but it's an old game, right? It's just a modern version of it. But it looks terrible, yeah, I know. Dude, it's not a melting pot, it's a shit heap. And dirty as fuck. What does a 12 mean? I'm not sure what the 12 means. How much crew I'm missing? If it counts myself as a person, I guess. Then I have 51, right? 50 crew members and me. Yeah, not surprised. It's bad in Antwerp as well. I can tell by just walking outside. What do you think? I don't go outside and just play WoW? You should try it sometimes. It's pretty fun.
I've heard all about your success, brother. I'm proud of you.
Claude François de Lyon, gouverneur de Guadeloupe. French pig. Ahoy game? Caribbean legend. It's the old sea dogs. Meow. 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 Somebody wanted attention. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I saw the trailer for that, the cinematic one, right? Oh, yes, please. Paper cartridges for the win. Hallo. Goedemorgen. Well, that was more than a few minutes. That was the tutorial. Again? Why can I not get this one, man? It's like the best perk. I hate swallowing so much. Well, then you have a terrible girlfriend.
Come on in, have a seat, make yourself at home. Ensuring the safety of the town is a serious task.
Bro, again? Depends on where I'm standing, right? Oh.
Succulent food, refreshing beverages, and cozy bed at your service. I just can't recall who you are. Come on, out with it. What do you have there?
The other one is bitter.
Succulent food, refreshing beverages, and cozy bed at your service.
How do I skip time?
Let me guess. You need a money lender. The word of Moscow is stronger than iron. Let me guess. You need a money lender.
Expensive officer, but I just made him immortal because of this, so it was worth it. Yeah, I've been following it closely. They're ignoring the third one. They're focused on what the first one and the second one play like. And I can only applaud
Come on
that.
in. Have a seat. Make yourself at home.
I'd signed up for the alpha, but didn't get picked, as far as I know.
Alright, let's haggle a little bit.
You gave it to me, right? I don't have to buy these? Okay. Perfecto. Oh. My apologies.
Hurry, hurry! Only today you can get 2 products for the price of 1.
Who has gun paper?
Stop on by. Best products in the colony.
Whoa. Oh.
You'll find everything you need here. Stop on by. Best products in the colony.
Who's got that?
Any products for any taste.
Nobody. Damn it. Fuck off.
Have a seat, buddy.
I didn't do nothing.
Succulent food, refreshing beverages, and cozy bed. People like me are what hold this town together. Remember that.
Where's the shop?
Ah, at last, a worthy colloquist.
Damn. Is there no store in this town?
Who are you? Keep on going the way you were going.
The fuck?
The sea is my home, and that's all there is to it. Alright, let's haggle a little bit. My store is at your service.
The hell's going on here?
I'm all ears. Come on in, have a seat, make yourself at home. My store is at your service.
Semen.
Come on, out with it. What do you have there?
Oh. Yeah, it took me a while, but it was delicious. Crispy bacon, cooked to fuck, with a hot baguette. Well, at this point it was like lukewarm at best, but you know. And some garlic sauce, obviously. I was gonna do barbecue sauce, but I figured, nah. Let's do the garlic. It is more French. Where was the harbor master? I forgot. Oh, rien défaut. Dirty ass smuggler. I spit on you, peu.
Moist toy is at your service.
Jermaine. I know it's Germain, but whatever. Oh my god. I got stuck. Oh fuck, all the way over here. God damn it. Sacre bleu. This is shit.
Moist toy is at your service.
runs out of stamina, including me.
Rest in peace.
Oh fuck, I was trying to shoot him.
Moist toy.
E, B.
I've got the best products around.
Beam.
Death becomes you.
Dutchie. What? Why didn't that block? Fuck's sake.
Moist toy is at your service.
Bruh.
Moist toy is at your service.
Death becomes you. Rest.
I've got the best products around.
Let's go, baby. Finally.
What are you gonna do to me?
Amethyst, diamond, and 20,000 pesos. Could be the business. Arr! You fucked with the wrong lad! Arr!
succulent food,
Arr, I need a
refreshing
bit.
beverages, and cozy bed at your...
Thank you. Cheerio, fellow. Scusi. Where am I going? This door. Magazine?
Alright,
Magazine.
let's haggle a little bit.
Does green means bad, right? Considering how much he has, I'm guessing it means bad. He's got 0 ropes. Ah, whatever. I bought it for 10k, so we still made 30% profit, that's fine. Ooh. This guy does have no no food. The fuck, bruh? Wait.
My store is at your service.
I see a
Oh
pennant.
fuck. To battle! Bruh. I need a tutorial on how to shoot this thing, dude. What the fuck? What? You, what? What? It shot nowhere where I had, what? It shot like 45 degrees offset from where I was aiming. What? Okay, so the moment I click fire, that's when it's gonna shoot at that exact location, it feels like. Yeah, okay. It takes a good 2 counts before they even fire, right? So. I should load chain shot, man. I'm on fire. Dude, these sails, man, I can't kill them. They're still half. I've almost lost my crew.
prisoners! Damnation!
This game is brutal, dude. I'm playing on easy, I might add. I'm out of crew. Hello. Willkommen. Let's try this again. When isn't there? Missed everything. Lol. Bro, I'm not doing any damage, bro. Fuck. I swear I'm missing everything. Ah, crap. Yeah. I jumped again there. That was my fault. Let me try something. Oh, you fuck! Oh no! Ow. Oh my god, bro. Why is this game so fucking difficult? Jesus Christ. I'm playing on easy. This is easy. This ain't easy at all. Oh, what a save. Well, I'm screwed. What a fucking terrible save. I didn't want to boat at all. You know what? Let's just avoid them.
A good interest rate for a good customer.
Ooh, bases or doubloons? More money. I'm just gonna avoid him. I need more crew. I need more officers. I don't even have a gunner, bro. I just started this damn game. Like, give me a break.
You definitely got luck on your side, sir.
Damn it.
Succulent food, refreshing beverages, and cozy bed at your service.
You both. Like, you can play sandbox or you can play story mode. We're doing story mode right now. The story mode really is only like a couple. It's like a quest line, I guess. With my brother and stuff, because if you want to play the story mode, you have to play the Frenchie, but you can also play a Spaniard or a Englishman.
Succulent food, refreshing beverages, and cozy bed at your service.
Bro, what? Lazy oaf. Like, the only difference really between the... No. Be gone from me, demon! The only difference really is, that one quest line. Yeah. The whole brother thing.
Succulent food, refreshing beverages, and cozy bed at your service.
Damn it. I don't see no officers. I need a gunner. Plus.
Don't walk by the poor holy servant.
St. John's in 2 guys? No, sorry, Father. It is not God's will that I take you. He has other plans for me. More lucrative ones.
Please, quickly. I'm quite occupied at the moment.
Jacques Barbazon, also known as Jacques the Goodman. Pirate Baron. For a proper execution. 5,000 for sinking, 8,000 if I can board them, basically.
The hater. Goddamn haters. Honestly, yeah, he does that. It's very jarring, but whatever. Sign of an old game, even though it's not technically old. Ignore that. Do I have to go to the map? They're fighting each other. Join the battle! 2 ships under English flag, also pirates, 1 ship. Bro, who the fuck shot that first one, dude? That wasn't anywhere near the target. You didn't even fucking try. I think I have that on my wish list. I used to love Pirates of the Burning Sea. It was an MMO, really old by now. I think the last time I played it was 2013. Pretty sure it doesn't exist no more. I was very yeah, same. I was very ostentatious in that one. Let's see. I'm pretty sure I have screenshots. Burning. I love the character editor in this one, man. It was great. I don't think I've ever played that one. Well, no, actually, I think I have. But that one was a bit rough, wasn't it? So was the Burning Sea, but yeah. Bro, it's right there. How you still miss? Oh shit. It's a boarding action. Oh, they lost. Alright. You're welcome. Yeah, it was great. Uh-oh. Run away! Fuck.
We've got company, Captain.
Pray, lads. Fuck. Not again.
This is clearly not the right ship. Oh, there's two now. Wow. Okay, we're loading again. Okay, so it is that one. How do I load? Grape shot. Manage cannons. Sit on, no? Oh. Hmm. That's right. Let's start with reload. Oh, I didn't sit. Oh my god. Bitch, are you for real? I forgot I could do I could do two at once. So hopefully he shoots a little better now. So he has 23 and 25. That's not too bad. Could be worse. This is rough. He's at full speed. I'm at like bottom speed because the wind is... Head on. Leave Brittany alone. Ow. Ow. Pepper him. Pepper him real good. Oh, that. Oh, shit. Oh. No. Clunk. Oops. I'm telling you, this is making me want to install Black Flag, bro. Like, Black Flag was great. Say what you want, but that was pretty good. Where's this guy going?
The left side, ready to fire! The left side! The left side, ready to fire! Board 'em all! Take no prisoners!
They boarded me. That's what happened on that one.
Damnation!
Oh, I shot my own dudes. Okay, don't do that. Gotcha. My bad. Welcome to the brig. Ooh, a deal. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Hmm.
How do I see where my... Oh, over here. Wait. I took it from this guy though, right? Yes. Okay.
The left side, ready to fire!
Our dockyards are the envy of all our competitors.
Wait, but I just picked up the cannons. Why do I not? Weird. Oh, I'm sorry. Why do you let me do that, bro? I pressed E to talk. E pulls out the weapon. So annoying.
Is there something you need? No? Then I'll be on my way.
Woo! 42,000.
Our dockyards are the envy of all our competitors.
Wait, how do I... Never mind. At that price, I'll keep it. I'll keep how it looks. I don't give a fuck, right? Jesus.
So, whose street is it today?
Oh, candidates. Nah.
I just can't recall who you are. I recognize the look of a gap.
Okay. Martinique. Where am I? I'm at Martinique. East of La Francoise. Oh, there it is.
We've got company, Captain!
Oh! Let them fight each other. Oh my god, so many fucking pirates, dude. What the fuck?
We've got company, Captain!
Also pirates, one ship. God damn it.
Ramrod here. Where's the second man? His hit, sir. Rifle in his arm. Damn it. Grab the charge yourself. Move. Aye, sir. Powder ready. Just burning hot. Steady. Push. Push. All the way. Done, sir. Wages in place. Good work. Now, Bob, hold fast, men. Don't let the wind turn her. Stand firm. Ship stands as long as you do. Steady at the helm. We'll not let them close the gap. Guns ready. Show these bastards the King's Navy still fights. Just a little longer, lads. Hold the line like it's drill day.
Surprise, motherfucker!
The right side! Take no prisoners!
Damn. No, I pressed C, but I didn't release space. Cunt. Goedendag? That's hilarious.
Oh, fuck's sake, man. Dude, the fucking melee combat in this game is fucking terrible. Holy shit.
The devil take me! Why the hell? The devil take me! Why the hell?
Bro, this is pure cancer. Nothing in this fucking cargo bay.
Damnation!
These guys didn't have anything either. Get out of the way! Of course I can't save. Cancer.
Take no prisoners!
I can't even drink a potion. Thank fuck, finally. Damn. Couldn't take most of it. Oh my god. I can't do more than this. Oops.
Broadside, ready to fire! Load the cannibals!
Give me a second. That was me, not you. The hell? What the hell? Uh-oh. I broke it. That broke it. I'm not getting my 2FA code. Love this shit. Never fucking works. Weird. Ubisoft's such a piece of shit, dude. Even the fucking installer doesn't even work. What a broken piece of garbage, bro. Fucking Frenchies, dude. They can't do anything right. Yves Guillemot is a criminal, in my opinion. Time to stick him in a box. It's where he belongs. Whatever. Fuck it. Clearly it no worky. Yeah, she's just busted. It doesn't send it to FA. This is some bullshit, bro. I can't even get into my own account because their shit doesn't work. Fucking French. I swear I took it off as well, man. Because I had this last time as well. Garbage company run by garbage humans. I have an idea. Let's try a different browser. Your mother was a cancerous whore, Eve Gilmore. She should have aborted you. It would have saved the world a lot of problems. That company needs to go bankrupt, bro. The sooner the better. Holy fucking shit. I broke it again. Oh, I launched the wrong game. Hmm. Oh shit, the Star Trek Voyager game came out. I mean, I kinda have to, right? You can't manually save though. Hmm. Apparently the save system is terrible. No save on exit. Extremely sparse autosaves. I hope they change that. Then we might get it. For now, I'll hold off then. Oh, that sucks. I was kind of looking forward to this one. Damn, I didn't realize it was coming out today. Yeah, I really do want like a save on exit. Because that doesn't have that. Everyone's complaining about the save system. That's funny. I'll hold off for now. I like that they're making old Star Trek games though. New Star Trek, nobody gives a fuck, right? Old or bust. You know what? Well, no, maybe not. I don't know what to do now. The thing crashing and me not getting into my account for Ubisoft is pissing me off. Blah blah blah. Fuck it. Lonely fans. Shake it, baby.
Light be with you.
How are you? a good one. What can I do for you? See you later.
What do my... I don't even know what my pets do.
Warlock bits. Wow. Classic.
When you open the barbershop interface.
Oh no. Succubus and Incubus are the same thing, right?
Can I help you? Be careful.
Fucker, right at the end. Are you serious? Dodo! When you subbing? Of course it instantly demands me. Fucker. No way. They arrested Prince Andrew over Epstein files. On his 66th birthday. That's what you get for being a creep, you fuck.
Ah! Fell off the fucking... Fuck off. Bro. What's with the demount garbage, dude? I'm starting to get really fucking pissed off at this garbage. Oh my god, bro, this fucking game, man! You've got fucking eyes, don't you? Like, what the fuck, bro? Look at the goddamn fucking... Oh my god. This is already going wonderful. I haven't even gone into the dungeon yet. I literally can't spawn without immediately drawing attention to myself. Oh, come on, dude. What is this fucking from a million miles away, bro? Get me out of combat so I can accept this.
Now what?
Which way are we going? Yeah, ramparts.
Sounds fine.
Yeah. When are you coming to help out, huh? Making me deal with these randos? Oh, he's just gonna go for it. I guess I should have been the distractions pick. Did the healer just straight up die instantly? What's going on, dudes? Why would you? What did I fucking? What did I join, bro? I'm an affliction pick. I need to swap to my destructions pick. Apparently. I didn't even I forgot to soulstone the healer. I gave him as a health stone, but I didn't soulstone him. I should have soulstoned him. Typical WoW player. He left.
Couldn't resist, could you?
Oh, I shouldn't have called her out. I wasted the soul shard. If I change the destruction.
Excellent.
Oh, of course, I don't have it on my affliction spec. I should do this. Honestly, I should have stayed on affliction, dude. I don't know how to play this, I'm gonna be honest. Invocation. My wish. Oh, sorry, cat. I feel quite useless in this respect, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I've still got 20k. It's fine.
I'm gonna enjoy this.
Oh shit. Okay, whoa.
Quickly!
Ow.
Say farewell.
Damn.
How kind of you.
Oh. Oh. I'm fucking up so badly, dude. This is what happens when you're awake for a long ass fucking time. Holy shit. I thought I had the healer selected. I didn't. Damn it.
be defeated! Shakai, feast my pet, eat your fill. A crash! It is not over.
I can't use that item yet.
Faced many challenges. Pity they were all in vain. Soon your people will kneel to my lord. Your time is running out.
Alright, boys. I'm calling it for now. I spaced out during that dungeon like so massively. God damn. I'm gonna go back to the other spick. I don't like the spick. I suck at it. Alright, boys. Thank you so much.